Rahab, I'm back. Thank you. We can continue.
Thanks. Oh, let me move back. Thanks, Chair. I've already, I was on page 2, but I think I've done with page 2 because I said we received a written response from the public, and the tender is still valid until August. And if you go to, I just want the members to go to page 9 and to show you how did we evaluated this tender. On page 1, on page 9, it says the stages of evaluation. It says stage 1, it is administrative compliance. All the proposal will be evaluated against administrative responsiveness required as set out in the list of returnable documents. This one, because the CIDB tender, we're looking for returnable documents on stage 1. Then stage 2, it was the local content, and stage 3 is mandatory. Stage 4, it was a preference point. Members, as indicated, I said we received it in response from the public, and you can see those are the the companies that responded to this bid from page 9. They overlap to page 10, and we did the pre-compliance on all these 13 bidders, and none of the bidders they were disqualified on the pre-compliance. But upon us doing because I said there was a compulsory briefing session. If you look at page 11 on the briefing session, you see that bidder number 1, and he didn't attend the compulsory briefing session, and as a result, this bidder will be disqualified for further evaluation, meaning that out of those that didn't respond, then we won and it will be out. Then they will go to page to the first stage, which is administrative compliance. On the administrative compliance, we're looking for a number of returnable documents. Then we did this exercise on all the 12 bidders that qualified to go to this first stage of administrative compliance. As you can see on page 12 of 63, those are the returnable documents that we're looking for. The first one, you can see the compulsory enterprise questionnaire, MBD4, MBD8, MBD9, the certificate of authority, the certificate of signatory. As you can see, we did evaluate all those 12 bidders on those returnables. And as you can see, 4 of them is bidder number 3, bidder number 5, bidder number 8, and bidder number 9. They didn't comply with those returnables. And thereafter, then we, as you can see, those they are disqualified on all those returnables. And thereafter, there was a further returnable document that we're looking for. As you can see, it was the RDA 4, RDA 6. Then we did the very same exercise on those 12. Remember, this is a continuation of admin. Then upon us doing that, as you can see, even on page 18, the beginning of page 18, we are also looking at those RDC 1, RDC 2, RDC 2, and until at RDC 10. And we evaluated all the 12 bidders. Remember, these stages of the returnable documents is still admin. Then there was the 4.3, which is the other document that will be form part of the contract, which is RDD1, and we evaluated all of them, those 12 bidders. Then upon us doing those evaluation of those returnable documents, on page 22 of 63, then we sum up all the disqualification of the bidder that didn't qualify with all the returnables of this tender. And as you can see, all in all, there were 8 of them. And as you can see on page 20, the bottom of page 22, that overlapped to page 23, it was bidder number 2, bidder number 3, bidder number 5, bidder number 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. And all these bidders, they didn't comply with all the returnables on the stage 1. Then as a result, this bidder will be disqualified for further evaluation. Remember, we had 13, then out of 13, 1 was out on a briefing session, and 8 now is out on administrative compliance. Then the stage 2, it was a local content. We are only left with only 4 bidders, which is bidder number 4, 7, 12, and 13. Upon us doing the local content, we found that only 1 bidder didn't comply with the local content. Then as a result, this bidder will be disqualified for further evaluation. And thereafter, then the third stage, it was a mandatory requirement. On the mandatory requirement, we're having only 3 bidders that qualified to go to be evaluated on mandatory. Upon us doing that exercise on these 3 bidders, we found that 2 of them, which is bidder number 4 and 13, they didn't comply with all the mandatory requirement. Then as a result, these 2 bidders will be disqualified for further evaluation. Then we're left only with 1 bidder, which is bidder number 12, who complied with the mandatory requirement. And this bidder, and then we populated, because this tender didn't have the functionality. And as you can see on page 28 of this report, we populated the prices of this bidder on the report as according to their tender document that they have submitted. And because this is the only tender, this is the only bidder that was left and that qualified to all the stages of evaluation, then you can see on the recommendation, we are recommending this bidder, and together with then we populated the prices as according to their tender document on the recommendation. The report is tabled. Thank you.
Questions, comments, members? I guess, Rahaba, you didn't check the prices.
No, we didn't do. Sorry for that.
Members, questions?
Nothing from my side, Chair.
Chair, maybe from my side, can you maybe go to 0.7 prices of acceptable bidder? There's B0010101. I'm just failing to comprehend that amount and the amount and the rate. The rate is 1 cent. And the amount goes to 673. Maybe, Chair, PEC, you can explain. I'm a bit
Page
lost.
number?
Just a second, 28 of 63.
Rahaba?
Is it checking, Chair?
Okay.
Mr. Malaka, you're saying which one?
Item B0010101.
B001. Oh, that one of rate of 10 cents. This one, I'm not sure. I have to confirm it from the tender documents to see as to whether what is captured is what is on their tender document or not. But I have to verify before I can make a conclusion on that.
Because the way it looks like in terms of interpretation, it's wrong
Yes.
to have a rate in the rate column. Because if the quantity it's a percentage not exceeding 10% of the value of the works.
Oh,
So
yes.
obviously you need to show how much is the value of the works as a quantity, and 10% of it, then it gives you a total amount. But that
Okay.
rate of 10 cents, it doesn't really make sense.
Oh, yes. No, I agree. I do agree fully.
I'm still concerned about the pricing. How do we know that this pricing is reasonable or are within the market? Can we get the department confirming? Okay, the item is referred back for corrections. And please also, it's important that the department also give you a schedule in terms of how much are we paying currently for these items. The item is referred back just to verify and check the numbers and the quantities so that they reflect the correct figures. And then department also to confirm if there is an existing baseline that we can refer to. We must also provide that. Thank you. Can we move to the next one then?
The next item is item
6.3.
It's item 6.3, panel tender for professional engineering service for the design review, service relocation and construction monitoring of Belombi Phase 2 overflow car park electric fencing.
Go ahead, Rahaba.
This one is from
Not
the
me.
department. Chair, this one is from the department. Chair, I also want to indicate that this item was dealt with actually last week, so it shouldn't be in this particular agenda. We need to move to 6.4.
Are you saying 6.3 it was done?
It was done, yes.
Okay. Let's move
Chair,
to 6.4.
Yeah, the next report in the agenda is the request for extension of time for a consulting engineer in order to provide design review documentation, construction supervision, and monitoring of the closeout report. Chairperson, the company Eliso Consulting was appointed to do the design, and currently we are in a process of actually preparing for the actual construction of the depot. I think the process is at an advanced stage where we need to go on to a procurement of the contract, and because of the time, the different times, and the time that it took, it will not be possible for the consultant to do contract supervision as his contract is actually coming to an end. And in order for us to continue with this particular service, we require that the contract be extended by a period of 24 months. I'm going to request Manari to present the report to yourself, Chair, and also indicate all the reasons why we need this particular extension.
Okay, thanks, Group Head. My name is Mahara Slava, and I'd like to declare that I have no interest in the item that we are discussing this morning. as Group Head has indicated, this is a request for an extension of time for Nagoiliso for a period of 24 months from the 27 July 2023 to July 2025. Okay, Nagoiliso was appointed to do design review, to further do tender documentation for the procurement process, and also to do construction monitoring and supervision until stage 6, which is the contract closeout. They were appointed for an amount of 35 million, and they were appointed on the 27 July 2020, and the contract was extended last year for a period of 12 months from the 27 July 2020 to this year, 27 July 2023. And just to give an indication where we are with the project, in terms of construction, it's implemented in different phases. The first phase, it's the interim facility. The interim facility, the intention is to allow the city to operate the buses interimly. And for those operations to start, we required to have a temporary facility that will be a turnaround facility that will allow us to implement the services. And just to also give progress in terms of the interim facility, we went through the inception stage, which is completed. We went through the concept and viability stage, which was completed. And we also completed the designs for the interim facility. And then we went through the procurement process, of which currently we are awaiting an appointment letter for the contractor in order for the construction to start. We have not yet received the appointment letter to allow for the construction phase to continue for the interim facility. And from that, we want to implement the main facility, which includes the implementation of the station in the median. And it is because the implementation of the station, it will take a long process, and only by 2025 we would have completed the phase to implement the main facility. That is why we required the interim facility to allow us to start our operation as soon as possible, which according to our projection will be early next year, based on the construction period of 6 months for the interim facility. So in terms of the main facility, we have broken it down into the 3 work packages. Work package 1, it's the road works. Work package 2 is the 2 station modules, and work package 3, it is the other 2 station modules, which the station is made up of 4 modules, but it is being broken down into different phases. In terms of the stations, which comprises of the 3 work packages, we have completed the inception stage. We have completed stage 2, which is the concept. We are in the process of completing the designs, and the designs will be completed by the end of June this year. It is thereafter that we have completed the designs and are approved that we have to now start the process to go out on tender or to go for the procurement stage. But that process has not yet started because the consultant is scheduled to complete the designs by June and will therefore start the process. And just to provide reasons why we need this extension, and first of all is to indicate that we need this extension of time because for the interim facility, we have we're in the process of appointing a contractor, which currently we are waiting for an appointment. I believe the report served somewhere in May, but we're still waiting for the appointment. And just to indicate that our process to appoint the contractor for the interim facility, it started last year, August and September. And currently we are still waiting for that appointment. So I think it's a period of about 9 months or so that we're in the process of getting in a contractor, which is about 9 months delay or time that is eating into this contract before the contractor, or rather the consultant, can continue to supervise the project. And we also need these services to continue, because when we get a contractor, we need the same consultant to continue to monitor the construction and provide contract administration. And this, for us, achieving this will allow us as a city to be able to run the buses on the time that we have planned to. And also it will allow for the service provider to complete all the deliverables in accordance to the scope of services, as it is stipulated by the CIDV that the consultant appointed is required to complete the services that they're appointed for, unless their contract is terminated. But if it's not terminated, they should be allowed to have that extension of time. And also just to indicate the implications if this extension is not taken into consideration, the appointed consultant, they are the custodians of the designs for both the interim facility and also for the main facility. So we are currently awaiting for that appointment letter. And also to indicate that they are busy with the detailed designs and they are at about 90% completion. So we are at a very critical stage with the designs for the main facility. And also, if this appointment is not considered, the procurement process for a new service provider will result in delays in commencement of the construction. It will mean that we have to pause the construction until we get a new service provider, of which the contractor appointed will charge us standing time for the next months that we go out on a new process. So it will have implications on us as the city in terms of financially, and it will also delay us implementing the main facility, because after the designs we are to go to appointing a new contractor. And also overall it will delay us running our buses. These services is to allow us to run the buses from Main Lane to Deneboom. So if we don't have this interim facility, it will delay us having our buses operating on the Line 2C corridor, which further delays us implementing services. And also, if this service provider is not, the extension is not considered, a new service provider will have to still go through the designs and review it, because you cannot take over another person's designs without reviewing it and approving of them. So it will be another lengthy process. And also to indicate that the consultant has a professional liability to the work. There's a professional liability on the work that is done by the consultant. And as a city, we don't have this in-house for us to continue without this consultant. And here I just indicated the time implications based on the fact that if the reports on appointments served in May, my estimation was that by June we should have gotten an appointment letter, of which we have not yet gotten it. But if we still get it by June, we are anticipating to start construction in July 2023. The construction period is for 6 months, but taking in consideration the building break and all that, it will take us for construction to be completed by February. And after the contractor will attain completion certificate around March 2024, and we'll have our buses operating. That is for the interim facility. And then for the main facility, which is the 3 work packages, the designs we will complete them by June, of which we are in program currently. And after that, we will start the procurement process based on history or what we have seen in the procurement process. I've estimated about 10 months that it can take for us to actually get a contractor appointed. Then after, we'll go for construction for work package 1, which is estimated on a period of 40 months. And after that, we'll have a closeout taking us to July 2025. So this is just showing why, or providing why we need an extension for 24 months to allow this to be done, and also to indicate that the appointment value or the contract value of 35 million is sufficient. We do not need any additional funds on this extension. And just to also indicate that we have received comments from finance. We've received comments. We've received comments from legal, which were positive. We've received comments from SCM that also supported the extension, and we've also received comments from EPMU, which also supported the extension. And we would like to recommend that the extension of 24 months from 27 July 2023 to 27 July 2023 till 27 July 2025 be recommended with no additional cost to this contract. So thank you so much. The report is helpful. Chairperson, I'm done with the presenting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we get comments, questions, colleagues? So, who requested the extension, Manaka?
Sorry?
Was it the principal agent requesting an extension?
I just asked the department who required this extension based on where our project is, and we have noted that the current appointment will not be able to cater for where we are, and in the discussion and agreement with the principal agent or with the service provider. So it was negotiated from our side because of where we are with our timelines and our programs.
So where's the letter from the principal agent indicating that they require we have to extend? Isn't it this governed through the GCC contract?
No, this is not governed through the GCC, but it's governed through the CIDB. And I'll just maybe indicate.
Annalyn, come in. I'm looking at your comments.
Chair, maybe if I can assist, this is the extension of the principal agent. So it's not of the contractor, so it's a request to extend the principal agent's appointment or contract.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. So we're extending this for the second time.
Yes, Chairperson.
Colleagues, questions? Are you still looking? Are you still reviewing the reports? The report.
Chair, I've been struggling to open the report, which is loaded.
Buena, Mingi, Makata, are you still in the meeting? I just want to hear your voice.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. I was struggling, but
Chair, I was also struggling. But
you had me to email it to
open
me.
now.
At least I emailed it to me, and then I managed to open it.
Yeah, colleagues, email the report to yourselves. I don't know what's happening. Looks like it's a common problem. Just give us a few seconds. We're allowing the members to go through.
Yes, Chair. I think from my side, I'm happy with the report because it's more about the aligning the professional team with the contract. They had to be appointed contractor, so I don't see anything wrong with the report. I'm happy with it. I can recommend it for approval. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Makata. As recommended.
Recommended, Chair.
As recommended, Chair, just finalizing now.
Okay, colleagues, let's move to the next item.
The next item, Chairperson, is item 7.1 ED04 2022-23, tender for the appointment of service provider to provide service for engineering and topographic survey, leader unmanned aerial vehicle, mobile and terrestrial scanning survey as and when required for the period of 3 years. I'll say it.
All right, thank you. This will be economic development. Can I just check with the economic development? Is this the item that was due for extension?
Yeah, check. I'm not necessarily from speaking from economic development point, but it's not this is not the one. This one is just a normal tender. I think it's also cancellation. It's not the one. The one is for the market.
Yeah, but what happened to that item?
I saw it was on the agenda yesterday. So now I don't know what happened here. It was on the agenda yesterday.
Okay, all right, let's deal with this one then. That is in front of us. Who's presenting, Rahaba?
And it was chaired by Jethro Selika.
All right, then if he's not there, can we move to the next item, which is 7.2?
Item 7.2, Chairperson, is ED 10 2022-23 cancellation tender to appoint a service provider for cleaning and related service of Sony Produce Market 3-year period.
And will this be Seleka or your staff, Rahab?
It's me.
Okay, continue.
Okay, thank you, committee members. The item that I'm presenting is ED 10 of 2022-2023. I'm presenting it as a cancellation. It's for the first time I'm presenting it before this committee. The duration of this contract is 3 years. If you go to page 2, it shows that the specification was approved on the 5th of December 2022, and the bid was advertised on the 12th of January 2023. Then it closed on the 24th of February 2023, and there was a compulsory briefing session that was held on the 22nd of November 2022. The responsible official from the department is Moses Leswalo. From our side, it's Mpolo Kukela. I think that on the bid evaluation committee members, I think that they made a mistake. The chairperson was myself. It's Rahaba Ramokhopa instead of Joel Maji. And we received 61 responses from the public, and the tender is still valid because it was extended until the 24th of August 2023. And we received, I said we received 61 responses from the public. Then if you go to page 18, it will show you how did we evaluate this tender. On page 18 of the report, let me go to page 18 of the report. Page 18 of the report, on point 7, which says the stages of evaluation, it says that this tender will be evaluated under 4 stages. Admin is stage 1, mandatory stage 2, stage 3 is functionality, and stage 4 is a preference point. As I've indicated, I said we received 61 response from the public, and on page 21, it's overlapping to page 22. Those are the bidders that responded to this bid. And because I said I've mentioned that there was a compulsory briefing session that was held on the 19th of January 2023, there were 11 bidders that they didn't attend the briefing session. And as a result, these 11 bidders, they were disqualified for further evaluation. And the briefing session register is attached as one of the annexures. And then out of those 11 that were disqualified, we were left only with 50 bidders that we took everybody for pre-compliance, and none of them they were disqualified. Then on the administrative compliance, because 11 they are disqualified, we did administrative compliance only on the 50 that are remaining. Then upon us doing that exercise, we found that I think that's the report that I'm having now. We found that 24 of them they were disqualified on administrative compliance.
Maybe Rahaba, what you are reading and what we are having, it's not correlating in terms of page numbers. I don't know if maybe you have an old report or.
Yeah, there is. I can see that I'm having an old report. Let me open my new report. How do I do this? Okay. ED10. Sorry, members. ED10.
Alex, I also don't have the same index. Did you change the index, Secretariat?
Chairperson, we only removed the ones that served yesterday, and the link to today's ones were sent to everybody.
Because I don't have 7.3.
Chairperson, I think it was mistakenly removed, but I've added it now. Apologies.
Okay, all right. Let's just check if Rahaba we've got the same report.
Yes, I got yes.
And are you sure you were the chair of this report?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Continue. Yes, I
said.
Hello.
Chairperson, the one that also Rahaba is doing at 7.2 now.
Yes, but she's mentioning things that we don't have on the 7.2. But can we start again, Rahaba?
Okay, thank you. Let's hope I got the correct report. Okay, I said that I'm presenting ED10 of 2022-2023 as a cancellation, and is to appoint a service provider for cleaning and related service as Fano Fresh Produce Market for a period of 3 years. And it's the first time I'm presenting this report before this committee, which is the BAC. And on the second page, it shows that the specification was approved on the 5th of December 2022, and the bid was advertised on the 12th of January 2023, and they closed on the 24th of February 2023. There was a briefing session, but on this report that I'm having saying no briefing session, I'm not sure. Do we have the very same report that says no briefing session? Because there was a briefing session that was held.
On page, I'll tell you now.
Yes.
Bids were submitted on the 24th of February, right?
Yeah.
And then on page 24, it says there was a compulsory briefing session, which was held on the 19th of January.
On the 19th of January 2023, yes.
Correct. Yes,
and
it's on page 24.
Yes, okay, no, it's fine. Then okay. Out of those, because this briefing session was compulsory, 11 bidders, they were disqualified on this briefing session for non-attendance of a compulsory briefing session. And as a result, those are the 11 bidders that they were disqualified. They start with bidder number 6 and end with bidder number 55. And thereafter, pre-compliance was done on all the bidders that submitted. Then after that, on stage 1, we only considered 50 bidders because 11 of them, they were disqualified on non-attendance of the briefing session. As you can see, the reasons, the ones that are in bold, it shows that this bidder was disqualified on administrative compliance. And if ever you can count them, all in all, there are 24 of them, meaning that 24 of them, they were disqualified on administrative compliance. Then as a result, we are left only with 26 bidders that qualified to go to the mandatory requirement. On the mandatory requirement, as you can see, it's populated, the results are populated on page 31. We did the mandatory requirement for all the 26 bidders. Upon us doing that exercise, we found that 13 of them, they were disqualified because they didn't comply with all the mandatory requirement. And as a result, we are left only with 13 bidders that qualified for mandatory requirement. And thereafter, we took these 13 bidders that qualified, then we did the functionality. On the functionality, as you can see from page 33 and until page 34, we populated the scores of all the of all the 13 bidders that qualified for mandatory. And upon us doing that, we found that 7 bidders out of the 13, they scored below 70 points, meaning that we left only with only 6 bidders. They did score above the 70 points, and those are, we populated their points there. Then as a result, this 6 bidders that made it through to the functionality, then they were considered on price and BEE. As you can see, we populated all those prices for all the 6 bidders that made it to the final stage. Then on page 36, we did the 80-20 on these 6 bidders that made it to the last stage, and then those are their prices. But then after that, as you can see that it shows that bidder number 3 is the lowest on the price and highest on BEE. And as we can see, we did ask for a breakdown. We did a breakdown on costing per month. As you can see, the first one, if you look at the prices of acceptable bidders on page 35. On page 35, on 1.1, is a floor maintenance cleaning platform and open space. So as you can see, we were asking the bidder just to quote us on the square meter, of which they did give us the prices of the square meter and the wall, whatever. But remember, cleaning is done almost on a daily basis. But as you can see, the other bidders quoted as 20, the other one 25 cents, the other one 6,774, the other one 30, the other one 550, the other one 330. Then we consulted the department just to help us with the breaking of these prices. Then as you can see on page 37, the department helped us to do the breaking of the prices. Remember on the first one, the one for cleaning, they were saying that they're having 344,590 square meter that need to be cleaned like on a monthly basis. And remember, on bidder number 60, it shows us that the department will pay 1.1 million per month for only cleaning, for only that item. And bidder number 4, it should be, they will pay 1.8 million, and bidder number 13, 86,000, and 10 million, 2 billion, whatever, all those things. Then after that, we say that on point 1.1, the market rated prices per tree feeding, whatever. Then on point 1.1, the market is willing to pay R1.20 per square meter. On 1.3, the market is willing to pay 3.44 meters per square meter, 2.115 cubicle, and all those things. Then upon us doing that exercise, as you can see under the NB, we say the department advised the BEC that the bidders are too expensive, and as a result, they will not have enough money to fund the project for 3 years. See table above. And as a result, the BEC recommended cancellation and advised that when the department goes out on advert, they must relook at their pricing schedule by awarding it per item, not as a whole. And that's the reason that we have recommended cancelling, because the department, they indicated that they don't have enough money to fund this project. Thank you.
Someone has got their hand up. You can go ahead.
It's me, Chair. My name is Jethro. I understand that you were looking for me for this matter, ED 04-2023. I was not in my office. I had to attend to something quickly, but I'm back. After this presenter, may I be afforded an opportunity to present this matter for economic development? Thank you very much.
Chair.
Members, questions, quick comments?
I'm really worried about this report, right?
Yes.
Something is not right here.
With what, Chair? Where?
If you go to page 37.
37.
You see there's a breakdown of costs per month.
Yes. Yes.
But when you go to the market-related price, you're
okay, colleagues. I don't have page 37. Please, Malaka, wait for me. My page 37 is the recommendation.
Okay, and
Same as mine, Chair.
So where Malaka and Rahaba, do you guys have page 37?
Yes.
Yes, we even have page 39. 38.
Chair, mine 37 is the recommendations.
Yes, we are on the same page.
Which report are
Rahaba
we
and
dealing with
Malaka,
now?
what are you looking at?
No, the report that I'm presenting now is the right report. So I'm not sure the one that you got.
Can I ask you to flight your reports, because I don't think we don't have 37. Our 37 is the recommendations, and the report ends with 38.
Let me try and flight it. Or Mr. Malaka,
Yes.
can you flight it for me, please?
Unless maybe Malaka and yourself, you entered and you went a page down or something. We don't have a page 37 here.
Do you have this page, Chair?
Let's
It's
see.
page 37. Do you have this part?
Yeah, we have this page. It's not page. Let me see on our side. It's page.
It's page 36. This one with the green bars.
Yeah, we have that. It's our page 35. Okay.
So it's page 36 for me. You see 36, and there's 37. This is 37.
Yeah, we have a similar report, but the page numbers are different. So I'm not so sure what we've opened. And yeah, but anyway, continue.
So Rahaba, what I was saying is, you were saying after this table of breakdown on cost per month from all the recommended bidder from bid. So you have a table below, but that description of the table, it's not actually talking to the scope of work. If you look at it, it's a market-related prices for tree filling. It's 7,000. Tree market-related price, tree pruning is 253.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, just go to the pricing schedule, the one in green.
Way up.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you see? Just stop there. No. Yeah. Can you see there's tree filling there, which is item number 3.2.
Horticulture 3.1, provision of sanitary services 3.2. Okay.
3.2.
Yeah.
That amount, the one that you're talking about, is the market related for this tree filling, and the other one is for tree pruning. And if ever you go back, you will see there's 1.1. 1.1 is a market related for item 1.1. Just go up. Can you see? The city is willing to pay like 120 per square meter on 1.1, 1.2.
Because my reading would have been in this way.
Yes.
On the table that you have put below here,
yes,
you need to have 3.2 here. And then on the 3.2, put this explanation that is here on 3.2 because it's part of the 3.2. So I thought this was the description of this table because this description must fall under 3.2. Now, the description of this table is what the department has reflected as the current market prices, isn't it?
Yes, and remember, on 3.2 and 3.3 is a new item altogether. It will be for the first time they're doing that item of tree filling and tree pruning.
Yeah, I think that explanation should go into that table block.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think here the department, they wanted to indicate that on this item 3.2 and 3.3, it's a new item altogether. This is why they said new. but they put their market-related prices on top instead of putting it on the table. I do agree with you.
But I think that table should also be described correctly. It's the prices that we received from the department. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So if it's described correctly, then it will be easy to read.
Mm-hmm.
And again, on page 38, these are recommendations. The reason for cancellation is funds are no longer available. But when you go to the recommendation, it says it's required to be cancelled.
I think this, and I rectify it, so I don't know why this recommendation is still like that.
It says no acceptable tender again. So it doesn't relate to the reason that you've put at the above point 14.
Which says funds are no longer available.
Yes, but when you go to recommendation, you say it's cancelled as there are no acceptable tenders received.
Okay. Maybe I don't know.
I think maybe it would be better to clean up this one.
Yes, I think so. Yes, I agree.
So you wanna refer the item back, or can we accept with those corrections?
There is a cancellation, and I think the department must just confirm if they are comfortable with the cancellation based on the prices highlighted above. If that's so, it can be cancelled based on those amendments.
Department, I'm worried about so many tenders that gets cancelled by economic development, especially the cleaning. Last time they spoke about cleaning as a specialized item or something. Today now, there's issues of funding. Can maybe economic development come in?
And maybe before they come in, Chair, last week we were stretching our voices, advocating for cleaning of, I think, a deviation for cleaning of the market, with an anticipation of that month-to-month contract not exceeding 60 months, in a view that this contract that we are talking about, that we are cancelling now, it will be finalized. So obviously what it means is the deviation that we have approved last week will still have to continue further to what we have approved for 6 months, because we are cancelling this one again.
Economic development, who's representing economic development?
Yes, Chair, it's me. Let me just do the introductions. Patrick Patlele, and I'm representing Moses. I think he has sent through the letters to that effect. The secretariat should have that. 2 is I confirm that I will abide by the rules of SCM, and I have no interest in the bids that are in front of the committee, nor the bidders thereof. So yes, Chair, I've looked at the report. Well, for me, this is for the first time I see it. Yes, it needs a cleaning, but the principle is when we did the costing, it's not because there are no longer available funds. It is because the way the bidders priced this, like in many instances, that was way above what we could afford. And we are saying this because we have just had the tenders that lapsed about, I think, 9 months ago. And when you look at the price in there and you compare them with the prices that are on these bidders, there's no way in which the city can afford that, let alone the market. So in principle, even with the cleaning of the report as it stands in front of the committee, in principle, the tender for us it's abortive, and it should be cancelled. There is no way in which just for platforms alone we are paying $1 million per month. And in the last tender, the platforms rates are indicated in that table, and I'm happy the members are saying the title of the table itself it's not correct. Yes, it is not correct, but those are the things that one can clean up. But yes, we even if we had money, this will be wasteful to go for. In any case, let's say there was unlimited budget, this will be very wasteful to clean the market. So the cancellation from our side, it's supported on those bases. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Kwena.
Yeah, I think, colleagues, this is a typical of what we have been talking about, where as a state, we really need to turn the corner and start being the moving away from being price takers. This cannot be right. And, you know, my suggestion would be that if we are going to go through with the cancellation, which I think we should, is that we have a market analysis done for the one that would be re-advertised, because we often get told, no, you can't do market analysis because the tender was advertised without that and all that. So if we are going to, this is a typical one where we should really make sure that SCM or whoever has the authority in terms of the regulations conduct proper market analysis, and the tender goes out with very specific parameters that the city is willing to, so that we not scare off, but just prevent chance takers from really wasting our time with exorbitant pricing like we are seeing here, but at the same time preventing, you know, the significant underpricing by some of the service providers. And I'm not just sure how much time have we approved in the so-called deviation of last week. I can't recall myself, but that would be my submission, Chair. That, and I know in the rectified there was this the FRP chairperson that you are overseeing. There is a statement or an action there where we say the city would start doing market analysis. Let's see it in action. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, can we recommend the recommendation, the cancellation, on the basis that funds are no longer available? Is it funds are no longer available?
My understanding is funds are there, but what is being quoted here is just ridiculous.
Yeah. It can be changed to circumstances. can we say these are not acceptable tender received?
We can't, Chair, because there's an acceptable tender. I think it's similarly to the one that we've presented for EAM, because the funds are available, but I don't think with what has been quoted here, it will take them through until the end of this financial year. Maybe 6 months down the line, 3 months, the budget will be depleted. So obviously, there wouldn't be funds to carry through this project for the entire financial year.
Okay, cancellation on the basis of the funds not have been available. But also I think what Gwen is indicating is that when the department re-advertised this position, this tender, the city needs to be specific in terms of the parameters that the city is willing to pay for these items. I think we need to start putting that into our specifications. If we are able to obtain the market as it was obtained by the department, what's stopping us also from putting it out there when we advertise the tenders? As amended.
As amended, Chair.
We are going to do one last item from economic development before we go on break. That will be item 7. I think there's 2 items. Let's do it 7.3.
Item 7.3, Chairperson, is it's a further report. It's a request to extend cleaning tender for the Tshwane market.
Who's presenting this one? 7.3.
Yes, it's me, Chair. Patrick, again. This is a further report, and I think the committee looked at it previously, and there were issues that were raised, namely that we need to indicate whether the previous extension did not have any costs, additional costs to the city, and that we need to explicitly indicate that it's a month to month for a period not exceeding 6 months. And thirdly, that we need to show the calculations as to how we got to the 15%. Now, the response to those 3 issues that were raised is as follows. That the previous extension was without additional cost to the department. There's a little table there that demonstrates that. If you look at the total value of the contract, is 5.2 million and couple of hundreds. So we used 15% of that as per the threshold of 15%, and that gave us the 783,480. That is 15% of the 5.2. So there were no additional costs to the department, if that's what the issue that was raised meant. And then the current one that we are recommending will run for, oh, by the way, that's 783,480. It was approved to run for 7 months. So we've calculated also the monthlies that around that. Now, in this case, we are going for 6 months using the very same threshold of 15%, and that gives you, Chair, 671550. And then if you divide it by the 6 months, you get to the 111 that is reflected there underneath the table. And as such, then our recommendation is, given the background that we have just given in terms of the tender that we are cancelling now, that it be allowed for us to extend this deviation, as others call it, for 6 months, and we still remain in the 15% threshold. Thanks, Chair, unless there are questions.
So this contract. Okay. Questions?
Chair, this is a pertinent question from me. Taking account that we just had a cancellation now of the similar service at the market, 6 months, would it be sufficient for you to go through the beginning and the end of the tender process? Because from here on, any other report that you'll be bringing, it will be considered irregular. Maybe just to get an understanding from the department.
Yes, 6 months for us will be enough time, but since we have just had a discussion now around doing market research, I'm not quite sure who's doing the market research. But for us, if we were just to relook at the pricing schedule and make it more detailed and well-defined, yes, in the 6 months we'll be able to pull the tender through. Market research, there we are dependent on external colleagues. So I don't know what their timeline is. But for our purposes, 6 months will be enough for what we are supposed to do from today.
Can I just check the report? The report, the further report indicates that the previous extension was without additional cost. However, if you look at supply chain comments, indicates that this tender was appointed in November 2019. The contract expired in October. BAC recommended the extension in November 2022. And it had financial implication of 15%. And now the department is requesting again to extend the contract with another 15%. But now your federal report says that there was no financial implication in the first extension. Can you please clarify that?
Yes, Chair, that's why in my presentation I said if what was meant by the committee by saying were there no additional costs, and our understanding was if the contract amount did not exceed the 15% threshold, we have regarded that as a tender that did not put any additional costs to the department. But I've asked if that was the view of the committee when they were talking about additional costs. And if that's the case, even now, we're still sticking to the 15% threshold of the total contract amount. And in our view, that does not mean we are costing the department or the city anything more than that was in the original contract amount of 5.2 million. So by saying so, Chair, I'm saying that there hasn't been an escalation on the original tender amount that is there. And I hope that was the view of the committee.
So are you saying that the contract value has not changed?
Yes, Chair, that has not changed. It hasn't been escalated. The rates per items are as per the original. The only thing that changed is we are not utilizing the whole amount because our threshold limit is 15% of that amount, which we have calculated in the report. No escalations either on the contract amount itself or on the rates per services.
I must say I'm still confused, but it's fine. Members, any other question? Because if you extend a contract and you extend it with the financial implications, it means that you would have extended the contract value with a 15%. So these comments from supply chain must be clarified. Because it could have just said that you've extended the contract from February or whenever until 30th of June without financial implication. But here it says that it was extended with financial implications. So again, we need to get an SCM on this particular one. If we can just clarify that with SCM. Can I just check if other colleagues have other comments? Okay, if there are no comments, colleagues, can we just then maybe during break time, allow the department to confirm with SCM, because that's not what SCM is indicating in their comments, so that they can clarify. Can we deal with the last item, colleagues, while we come back on that one? The last item is break, which is 7.1.
Item 7.1 is 04/2022-23 tender for the appointment of service provider to provide services for engineering and topographical survey, ladder unmanned aerial vehicles, mobile and terrestrial scanning survey as and when required for the period of 3 years.
Thank you, members. My name is Jethro Selega once again. I'm going to be presenting this matter, which is your ED 04/2022-23. But before that, I would also like to declare no interest against this matter, and also to affirm that I will abide by the applicable prescripts for supply chain management policies. This tender 0000, sorry, I've opened, okay. It's ED 04/2022-23. This is tender for the appointment of service provider to provide services for engineering and topographical surveys, LiDAR, unmanned aerial vehicle, mobile and terrestrial scanning survey as and when required for a period of 3 years. When we go to page 2, the type of the bid process is competitive bid, and then the specification was approved on the 7/11/2022. The bid advertising date was on the 12/01/2023. And the briefing session for this one was not required, so it was not even compulsory. The bid closing date was on the 22nd February 2023. And the official responsible for this bid from the respective departments is Mtuliseni Mjali. The validity period for this tender is expiring on 29 August 2023, so it's still valid. From here, we can go to page number 5. Page number 5.4. This is the stages of evaluation. The bid will be evaluated in 4 evaluation stages. Namely, 1 is administrative compliance. Stage number 2, mandatory requirements. Stage number 3, functional criteria. And the last stage is stage number 4, preferential point system. From here, we can also move to page number 9. In page number 9, it states the number of bids we received on time, and which was on the 22nd February. We received 10 bids as per the page there. I don't know if you have a report, but if you want me to state the name of the bidders as well, I can do that. Bidder number 1 is Absolute Geo Pty Ltd. Bidder number 2, WMA Group. Bidder number 3, AAM Geomatics. Bidder number 4, NAS Coops Factor. Bidder number 5, HBM Survey Project. Bidder number 6, Promet Civil Engineering Services. Bidder number 7, African Consulting Surveyors. And bidder number 8, 5D Geo Pty Ltd. Bidder number 9, MB Mabuza Land Surveyors. And then bidder number 10, NTG Solutions. And this there were no late bids received. And all these bidders were subjected to pre-compliance, which is your first stage of evaluation. And then we also took these bidders to administrative compliance, which is your stage 1 as per the report here. And in this stage, 8 bidders were found not to comply with the administrative compliance. Only 2 bidders proceeded to mandatory, which is bidder number 9 and bidder number 10. That is bidder number 9, MB Mabuza Land Surveyors, and bidder number 10, NTG Solutions. So these 2 bidders was subjected to mandatory requirements, and upon the mandatory requirements, both bidders failed to meet the mandatory requirements. So therefore, we were left with no bidder to move to the other stages. So the BEC on its meeting held on the 5th April 2023 recommended cancellation on this tender. And furthermore, there was a committee resolve to say the end user department should review the mandatory requirements and perhaps relaxes them so that bidders can be able to quote. So the bidder was then declared non-responsive. The table is present. The report is presented before you. Thank you.
Members, questions, comments?
Chair, maybe I need clarity from my side on page 15 in terms of the mandatory, just check it again. Yeah, page 15. Between bidder number 9 and bidder number 10, and MB Mabuza Land Surveyors, from where I can see is that they've ticked yes on all, but then they are saying they've not met the mandatory requirements. I don't know, maybe the presenter can just explain. Thanks.
Sorry, you said page what?
Page 15.
Page 15, okay. I'm not sure because my report here on page 15 is functionality criteria. I don't know if we are having the same report. And there is no way that because they all these 2 were disqualified in the mandatory requirements, so there is no way they can proceed to functionality. So everything stopped at mandatory because 8 bidders were disqualified in the administrative evaluation stage, which is stage 1. So only 2, which is bidder number 9 and 10, proceeded to mandatory requirements. So on page 15 that you are highlighting its functionality, and on functionality, there's no way we could have subject any bidder there because they've all been disqualified before that stage. Thank you.
Maybe through you, Chair, I think if you can check it from your side, maybe I've got the wrong report, but based on what I have here, under mandatory, page 15 is talking about the mandatory for those two companies. Maybe, Chair, if you can check it, maybe I've got the wrong report.
Yeah. The report I'm having on page 13 speaks about mandatory for two companies on page 13, and then on all these columns, because there's 3 columns, and where the requirement is the certification registrations from South African Geomatics Council, and then the second column is also a registration certificate for Geometric Council. The other one, the first one, it precisely the requirement was for the project director or the manager or the technical member should be registered there. On the second column, the company itself must be registered. And then the third column is that proof of valid professional indemnity insurance of 1 million. So bidder number 9, MB Mabuza, they did not, they didn't have that certification on all these columns. And bidder number 10, which is NDG Solutions, they only had for column 2 and 3, but column 3 they did not have that certification. So hence they were both disqualified. Thank you.
No, I think I'm covered.
Are you in order?
You know, I think I'm covered, but I think the way they've done it, because you tick under yes, so I thought you say that submit, but based on what he said, I think I understand. I'm happy.
Oh, I see what you mean. All right, it's fine. Members, if there are no questions, comments, can we recommend the report and then indicate that they need to review the specification? When are you still here?
Yes, Chairperson, I am here and listening very carefully.
Yes, but can we recommend the report?
Yes, Chair.
The fact that you are quiet worries me. I'm gonna release you now to go on break and see you are tired. Lunch is on Malaka. Colleagues will be back at 1:30.
Malaka, where is lunch served?
It's served virtually. Virtual lunch is served.
Hopeless.
So what time are we meeting again, Chairperson?
We will be back 1:30, colleagues.
1:30, thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
Can you please mute, please?
Afternoon, members.
Afternoon, Chair.
Can I just get a sense as to is everyone back?
Kgalere Boile, Chair.
That's all.
All right, can we move to which item are we going to?
Chairperson, we are going to item 8. Item 8 is from group audit GA 0422.
Sorry, actually, we need to go to item. What is this item? The one that was it economic development?
Yes, Chair. Yes, yes.
No, there is an item that we
Yes,
packed.
Yes, it's 7.3, Chair.
Yes, yeah. Let's deal with 7.3. So did you resolve 7.3 between yourselves and SCM?
Chair, we contacted the lady called Tsiamo, but she's saying she doesn't have a knowledge of the remarks that you're referring to in their report that we have in the previous extension incurred extra costs on the contract. So she says no, they don't have such remarks on their report. So, Chair, the question becomes now, I've got this report here in front of me. I don't know the exact paragraph that you were reading regarding the additional costs. Do you maybe have a paragraph number for us?
Okay, colleagues, how do we handle this matter now? Because we packed this item so that we can get the department and SCM to clarify while we are on break. But now I'm just worried that that did not happen. Justice, can you assist us?
All SCME.
But Chair, how comes SCM says they don't know about the report? How did it arrive here?
Justice, can you please tell your colleagues there to come to this meeting?
Okay, I'll ask the DH to join, Chair. I wasn't part of this discussion when the matter was discussed, so I'm a bit in the dark, but let me ask the DH to join.
Okay, while we're doing that, can we move to the next item, colleagues?
Item 8.1, Chairperson, GA 04/2022-23, cancellation tender for the appointment of a service provider to perform external quality assessment of the internal audit function.
Good day, members. My name is Pamela Kabutle Rakolle. I declare that I have no interest on the item that I'm presenting now, and I have no interest on all the items that are to be tabled today. Thanks, Chair. I'm presenting a report from Group Audit and Risk under the same division. The reference number GAR 04/2022-23. It's a cancellation report for tender for the appointment of a service provider to perform external quality assessment for the internal audit function. This was a once-off contract. The spec was approved on the 21st of November 2023. Then it was advertised on the 13th of January 2023. It closed on the 17th of Feb 2023. Then the expiry date, it expired on the 17th of May 2023, but it was then extended up until the 17th of August 2023. Then the responsible official from the department was Mabel Mampa, and from acquisition, it was Catherine Letoal. And the committee member, as per appointment by the accounting officer, the members are listed there. The tender was advertised in different platforms: City of Tshwane website, e-tender portal, BELT, and Pretoria newspaper. Number of bids received on that day, demand received 8 bids on the day of close. Then we have scope of work with documented between page 3 and 8 with all technical aspects of the spec, the requirements, the mandatory, and the functionality thereof. Then on page 9, we have bids that were submitted on time on that day. Then we had 8 bids that were received on that day. The number of the bids are listed there from bid number 1 up until bid number 8. And then the pre-compliance was performed in all the 8 bidders, which is the CSD was checked, the tax compliance, restricted supplier, employees, state employee, and the briefing session a register was attached there. Then disqualification due to non-attendance of compulsory briefing. Unfortunately, one bidder, which is bidder number 6, did not attend the briefing. Therefore, he was not supposed to proceed to other stages. Then on page 5, we have stages of evaluation according to the spec from the scope of work. The tender has 4 stages. The first one was admin, mandatory, functionality, and preference point. Then the second part after pre-compliance, the admin part was performed in all the 8 bidders. Here, the committee was measuring the MBD 4, MBD 8, and MBD 9. Then we have result of that exercise of admin compliance. 5 bidders out of that exercise of admin was disqualified. Bidders are non-compliant on administrative requirements. Therefore, they will not be considered any further. So we were then left with only 4 bidders. Then according to the following bidder will not be tested on mandatory. Then the mandatory requirements for this tender was the first criteria, submission of a BCom Tech or internal audit or equivalent. For the project manager, the project manager was supposed to have all this qualification: a certified internal auditor, a certified quality assessor, member of the Institute of Internal Auditor in good standing, that is proof of membership. So bidders were supposed to attach certified copies on all the above requirements. Failure to provide will lead to disqualification. And then the next criteria to be measured was for a team experience. Here, bidders were supposed to submit relevant qualification in internal auditing or equivalent and be accredited as quality assessor, certified copies of qualification and ID to be attached. So failure to submit this will result to disqualification. So according to 7.1, disqualification due to non-compliance on the mandatory, 2 bidders were disqualified. We had bidder 3 and we have bidder 7. The reasons for them to be disqualified was that for bidder number 3, the tender did not submit quality assessor certificate, and then for and for bidder number 7, the tender did not submit also quality assessor certificate, and members are not compliant with the requirement. Therefore, all bidders are non-compliant on mandatory requirement. Therefore, as a result, the tender will be considered as non-responsive. Hence, the committee decided to say they are cancelling the tender due to the supply chain management policy states that clause 1.11, evaluation of bid, subclause 7, page 39 as follows: cancellation and re-invitation. So in this case, the reasons that was relevant to this tender is just no acceptable tenders are received. Therefore, the tender is cancelled. There is a recommendation that it should be re-advertised. The tender is tabled before the committee chair. Thanks.
Comments, questions, colleagues?
As recommended.
Nothing I missed, Chair, as recommended.
It's a straightforward one, Chair. Thank you.
Approved. Can we go to 7 point something? There's a 7.1. No, it's not 7.1, 7.3. I'm sure we've got SCM on the line. Can I just confirm?
Oh, Chairperson, I don't see them.
Emeka, can you confirm that you are here? Justice, did you get hold of the DH?
Yeah, I see she's in here. Let me just call her.
Eating Justice. Hi.
All right, so let's deal with the matter that is outstanding. Yeah, audit, not audit. 7.3
market. Yeah.
So if we go back to 7.3 market, let's deal with it quickly. Colleagues, the SCM reports, I think the department is trying to extend the cleaning contract. They are requesting to extend the cleaning contract. The market is extending the cleaning contract, and the SCM comments are saying that this particular tender was extended on a particular time, extension of time by the city manager from November with financial implications. However, the department is saying no, this tender was never extended with financial implications before. And therefore, the comments from STM says they don't support this particular circular 62.
Okay, Chair.
Yes. So the comments of the departments, and I mean, I don't know, the department is saying that this is for the first time they are extending, but even with the 15% that they're extending with, it's still within the contract value. So that is also confusing. If you can just assist us there. Thanks, Tembek.
Thanks, Chair. If the extension of, I'm gonna be asked to be given a few minutes, Chair. If the extension from November 2022, after the 3 years was coming to an end in October, to Feb was without financial implications, we will go and get the resolution, Chair, to prove that the department is correct, and we still maintain our position that it had 15%. And if they want to extend further, then they must follow Section 116, or unfortunately their tender ED10 is on the agenda for cancellation. So, and I think our issue would be the 15%. If they're saying it was without, then we will then concede, Chair, and issue different comments. But we are of the opinion that it included a 15% financial cost or implications. So can I just go back and get the resolution and be able to bring it to this platform, Chair? Thanks.
Before you go, Tembeka, can I just check with Patrick?
Okay.
We were on lunch for an hour, and we said this must be checked in that hour that you were on lunch. So, Patrick, why was this not checked with SCM? And I'm saying that because you said something. You said you consulted already.
Yes.
I want Tembeka to hear who did you consult with?
Yes, the lady with the name Tsiamo.
Okay.
I don't even think she's at work today. We had to phone her on a cell phone, and she's the one that says no. They did not mention any financial comments on the report, and she does not know where that is coming from.
Chair, sorry, Chair, through you. Can I just get 5 minutes to get the resolution? And if it does not include 15%, I will then reissue different comments.
All right, that's fine. We'll give you 5 minutes. While we doing 5 minutes, can we move to the next item? Not the next item. Let me see. Portia or Mapule. Which of these items it's gonna be quick that we can do within 5 minutes? Which of this item is agent? Do we know? While we discussing,
RTD 9, Chair.
Sorry, Tembeka, you were saying?
Chair, RTD 9 is urgent.
Okay. For now, I'm still don't know the abbreviation. Which item is this on the agenda?
It was considered, Chair.
That's roads and transport. I think we are done with it.
Okay.
Apologies.
Please, not member, Tembeka, please go check what you have been assigned to do. And then members, the items that are there on the agenda, let's just check which ones, because I don't think we're gonna finish this agenda. Let's just check which of these items are also agent that we can start prioritizing those ones.
I suppose, Chair, is going to be difficult for us. Let the department and SCM tell us which ones are agent and why, so that we know.
No, as they scroll through.
Yeah.
As the secretary scrolls through, I'm hoping that we will get an indication from the meeting. But if we're not getting the indication, then we move. But I think there is an indication from Patrick on the line. Patrick, or is it an old hand?
Again, Chair, what's the question?
No, we're going through the agenda to check which items are agent.
Oh, no, that's an old hand, Chair. Sorry for that.
Yeah, scroll through. Rahab, are you talking?
No, I'm not. Sorry.
All right. Okay, members, then we're going to follow the agenda. And then at 3 o'clock, we shall be done. Can I just check if members, are you fine with it?
I'm okay, Chair.
There's no objection.
But I have to step out at 2:30. 2:30.
I would suggest that, member, you move your appointment to 3 so that at least we push until 3. It's just an hour.
Or then maybe, Chair, can I leave now? Then I'll be back at 2:30.
No. Okay, colleagues, can we move to the? Can we check Tambeka? Are you fine, or can we deal with another item while we're waiting for you?
Chair, you can deal with another item.
All right. Okay. Let's move. Mapula, which item are we dealing with?
We're doing item 9, Chairperson, at Energy and Electricity 9.1, EED 43, 2022-23, tender to appoint a service provider for the retubing and delivery of oil coolers at Rival Power Station.
Okay. Who is presenting?
It's me, Chairperson Inus.
Okay, Inus.
Okay.
Just give us a second just to check if the members, because some of the items we were having problems in opening them. Maybe just before you start, let's just check if members can open the items now. Okay, I think I can open the items. So, all right, you can go ahead, just Inus.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name is Inus Tadamunan, Chairperson of the PEC that evaluated this tender. I declare that I do not have any personal interests in all the matters that will be serving before the BAC. The tender that I'm going to present now is EED 43 2022-2023 Energy and Electricity tender to appoint a service provider for the retubing and delivery of oil coolant at a Rival Power Station for 3 years period as and when required. From the next page, you'll see that the bid specification was approved on the 2nd of February 2022. Advertising date was the 12th of January 2023. Briefing session on the 9th of February 2023. Closing date the 20th of February 2023. We received 8 bids for these tenders, Chairperson, and I can confirm that the tender is valid. I've got all the extensions. From the next page, the specifications. Going down to page my laptop now. Okay, to page 7. And on page 7, you will see we listed all the bidders that we received on time. There were no late bid received. And then on the next page, we did the pre-compliance for all the 8 bidders. All the bidders compliance with pre-compliance, and then also all bidders attended the compulsory briefing session. Then under the evaluation criteria, you'll see that this tenders are evaluated into 3 stages, of which is admin, mandatory, and preference point. And then on item 6 on page 10, we'll see that there's the schedule of administration compliance stage 1. Populated the information for all bidders, 8 bidders that went through that stage. And on the next page, you will see on 6.1, we've got the following bidder, the 4 bidders that were disqualified under administration, of which is bidder number 1, 4, 5, and 8. Maybe just to note the reason for bidder 1 there, it says the bidder did not return the original document. That reason, what happened is that when we evaluated on that tender, we found only the supporting document. We didn't find they submitted only the supporting documents, and there was no document that where they completed the information. Hence, we couldn't do admin. It's only the file for admin, and then they gave it them the number 1, allocated it bidder number 1. The next stage is the stage 2 mandatory requirement. Those are the requirements in terms of the mandatory that we listed there. And then if we move on, we'll see 7.1. There were 4 bidders that went through to that stage, and of which bidder number 6, Magic Holding, we did not comply with the mandatory, so it was disqualified under the mandatory, and then 3 bidders went through to the next stage, of which is the pricing. And on item number 8, we will see the price of acceptable bidders there. And then that has been populated there. And on item number 10, actually, we did the 80-20 for this tender. This tender is 80-20. And then bidder number 2 is the highest point scorer there. Bidder number 3 is the second highest point scorer, and bidder number 7 is the third highest point scorer. On the next item, we populated the details of the companies. After that is the details of the directors of all those companies. And therefore, we moved to the recommendation. It was then forum commended, but the B is that the tender bidder number 2 sorry, this laptop. Bidder number 2, payroll solutions C, with the registration number recommended for the tender to appoint a service provider to for the Rishubi and delivery of oil cooler at rival personnel and 1 required for 3 years period, with the price indicated on the pricing schedule there as per their bid document. The tender is presented, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Kwena.
Yeah, just thanks, Chairperson. I understand there was a compulsory meeting, compulsory briefing meeting rather, but I can't locate the attendance register in the annexures. If Ines can just refer us to a page in the annexures, the 14-page annexure, I can't see that.
And are they tax compliant, Justice?
I don't have the invitation. Let me just check if they've managed to get to it yet.
Can I just check from the department? Is this this is it a new tender? Do we have this particular service? Or maybe Ines, is it an existing? Do we have an existing tender in place?
From my side, no, I don't. I'm not aware of that. What I only aware is that this is the spec that was approved beginning of last year, but the tender was advertised this year. That's what I know.
And is this a once-off thing?
It's a SN1 required.
Oh, I'm looking at the index there. It doesn't show that. It just ended at the power station. And yeah, I'm hoping that in the tender document itself it's properly stated.
I'm just wondering if 25,000 is the market related. To collect and deliver something.
So how does it compare with the other providers, even though they didn't go through from a pricing point of view?
Well, they did go through. Yeah, you can respond.
Yeah, if you check comparing to all those those three that are called, they are way cheaper. Because if you check that one, the next one after that, in terms of the price, is inclusive of VAT. Their price is 29,000. The next one is 60,000. After that, the third one that charged the price 4 million. So
will they be able to do the job, or are we dealing with something peculiar here? I'm not sure. Is the department in the meeting, Chair?
I saw the department looking in another meeting, starting another meeting. So I don't think they're in a meeting. But based on the facts that are before us, can we approve the report? Did Justice confirm the text matters?
No, let's do subject to Chair. We have not got to this one yet.
Okay. Members, can we approve subject to text?
Happy, Chair?
Yes, Chair.
Let's move. We move to the next item. I don't know. When supply chain is ready, they will let us know. When supply chain and development
Chair, on the previous matter, I asked for the register. That question was not answered.
Oh yes.
And we are approving. So
yes,
I'm having that discomfort. Can we have the register?
Yes, agreed. Enos.
Yeah, I was checking on the package that is there. The register is not attached. This, I think there is this tender when it was first put on the agenda, there was some package, but now I see it's only 2 packages that is there. Yeah, I see that those packages no longer on the one, because I was using I didn't go through the shed. Now I'm on shed that I can see what is attached there is not there. Maybe I just need to have to check the previous package and maybe ask them to load them again.
But where's your package? You can show us on the screen your register based on the package that you have. You can flight if the is there.
Okay, I'll let you. Okay.
Okay, while we're waiting for Enos, can I just check if Tembeka is back?
Chair, I am.
So we're gonna pack this one also 9.1 and let's go back to 7.3.
Thanks, Chair. I could not get the resolution, but I managed to get the letter of extension approved by the accounting officer, Chair. And the letter says, Chair, they are approving it with effect from 1st December 2022 at approved tendered rates. Chair, once you start approving an extension of a contract after it has run its course at approved tendered rates, it means, Chair, you are including additional costs. It then further goes on, Chair, this appointment and says your original terms and conditions of ED07 will remain applicable in full force, and any conditions for annual price increases. So, Chair, it's clear in the report that the extension was approved on a month-to-month up until a new tender is in place at approved tendered rates, as the tender was obviously appointed as per the rates when it expired, and then they continued to use this particular tender with those rates as approved by the accounting officer, which are the original ones. So it is not the case that they did not have any additional or financial implications, Chair. And maybe the department has the resolution, but I do have an appointment letter for an extension. Chair, on those bases, Chair, we do not support this extension. It is unfortunate, Chair, that the tender is being cancelled. It is ED10, but if they need to extend it further, it must follow Section 116, Chair.
So what does that mean then for the department?
No, Chair, yes, I just wanted to check with Tembeka there, because yes, that appointment letter is very straight to say we extend on the same rates and contract amount. So when we say there are additional costs, where are the additional costs coming from?
Maybe we're not reading the letter correctly, Member Patrick.
Yes.
It says you are appointed at the approved tendered rates. So if you were issued at a rate of 10 Rand per labor or per hour,
yes,
you will then continue with 10 Rand per labor per hour for the additional time that you've requested for this particular extension. It does not necessarily mean if you were approved at those rates for a period of 3 years, but you will not go after 3 years because you are extending and change the rates.
Yes.
You will still charge 10 Rand, but that means you are adding cost to the original contract of 3 years by the original extension. Even though the rates are the same, you'll be charging 10 Rand, which you charged for the previous 3 years.
Yes.
But it does not mean you are not adding costs to that contract.
But which costs are we adding? Because I think inherently, when you have a contract like that, it has got costs, and that's the rate. So if you're not tampering with the rate, you're not tampering with the original total contract amount, how can we at the same time say, but you are incurring additional costs? Is it maybe a matter of interpretation that I'm missing here? And somebody else can assist me.
Chairperson?
Please go ahead, please.
I note the submission by DHMPF and the response by Patrick. I thought, and maybe it's me who's missing this, I thought the inquiry by SCM was meant to establish if the previous extension of this contract had gone beyond the allowable maximum contract value, those 15% and whatever. I thought that was the approach. But the way it's being responded to, it looks like the SCM considered that the contract ended in at the end of 3 years. It was extended. We are not told that during that extension, from a cost point of view, did it exceed the 15% or whatever allowable percentage for this type of contract, but rather the cost referred to by SCM seemed to be on the basis of the fact that if you had done everything within your 3 years, you would have spent say R1 million. I'm just using an arbitrary figure here. But now by virtue of extending, then once you start spending R1,010,000, that is additional cost to the original tender. So if I could be clarified on that, thank you.
Yeah, I think the SCM will clarify that. But Yesena, if you look at the circulars and the thresholds, they are saying yes, you can have, if you regard that as an additional cost. They say you can have that, but you are limited to 15%. So that's not the argument. It's not the argument because that's not outside the rules. We're still within the rules. That's why we are saying we have not tampered with the original contract amount. We have not tampered with the rates. And I think what is actually applicable and relevant for this situation is us having tampered with the rates. And we did not do that. So like Temberger said, if it was 10 Rand in 2019, you continue with 10 Rand in 2023. But in terms of the total contract amount itself, you're not allowed to deploy that in the 3 years. You are only allowed to use the 15% of that total contract amount. And then in our case, we limited that to 7 months. So that's why I'm saying it could be here a matter of interpretation of that regulation or circular. But we have not tampered with the rates of this contract. And then inherently, if you increase it by a week, you're going to have something above what the original contract amount was. But that's not the case. That's not the case. The case in this instance is it was 10 Rand per tissue paper. Did you increase it to 12 or not? And we did not do that. Now the contract amount is 5.2 million. Did you deploy only 15% of that? Yes, we did that. So that's why we are saying, in our view then, we have not incurred any additional costs above what is allowed by the relevant circulars. I think they quote them there.
Okay, this is my understanding. Can I come in here?
Okay, Chair.
You are noted, Chair, on your behalf.
Actually, I'm thinking maybe not.
Let me come in, Chair.
Yes, please.
Okay. So Chair Patrick is explaining it to say they have only considered 15% of the original contracted value or budgeted amount because their tendered rates, Chair, did not change. So Patrick is agreeing that the extension that was done on the 23rd of December 2022 by the accounting officer, they did tap into the 15%, which is allowed in terms of Circular 62. Now the department is coming again for another extension. So that's where we differ with them, saying the 10 rand is 10 rand. If you, the 15% that you included on your original contract value was additional costs, but allowed. Now, if you want to add at the same rate of 10 rand, you add other costs. If you were to add the two, it will give you maybe 20%, which is then not allowed. That is why we are saying section 116, you can tap into that, because that particular section doesn't have limits when you change the scope of work or expand.
Through you, Chair. Now I think DHSC has clarified it, because for me, it looks here what needs to be determined is whether the first extension exhausted the 15%. If it did, then there's no further scope for extension in this case. That's my interpretation. Unless the December extension 2022 say it was at 7.5, then it might then mean there's still a 7.5 to reach the 15% threshold. That's my understanding, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, can I just, and sorry to create the dialogue, Chair and colleagues. I hear what our sister Temple is saying. The issue becomes, that's why I'm saying maybe it's interpretation. The issue is, in terms of that circular, does it say that you are allowed to extend a contract once, and here are the parameters or the conditions? Or does it say contracts can be expanded, but here is the threshold? Can we find that circular so that we are cocksure that we are interpreting, by the way, it's law, we are interpreting it correct. It must be explicit to say you are allowed once in the lifetime of the contract to extend it, but your threshold is 15%. Does the circular say that?
Wouldn't it be that we need to differentiate between two things? Between, I don't know, the circular 62 as well as the deviation. Was this tender first time when it was approved, when it was extended? Was it extended? Was it a deviation or it was a circular 62?
So when ED07 was submitted by the department for extension, it was a normal tender, Chair. It was not a deviation.
No, the second time around. So it was a circular 62.
Oh, the second time around, it was a circular 62.
So this is another circular 62.
Yes.
So Patrick, do you understand now? It was the second time when it was extended, it was not a new, you were not entering into another tender, a new tender. It was still existing one, but you were topping up on the first, on that one.
Yes, no, I understand, sir. That's what I'm saying. If we are in agreement that the contract can be expanded, and here is the threshold in terms of the maximum, it's fine. Then it means you can do one extension, and that's a contract on its own. It stands on its own. And when it expires, and you apply for another extension contract, then you are subjecting that to new conditions, and the threshold remains. And that's where I'm saying maybe I could be wrong. Maybe my interpretation is wrong, because I do not think that the second extension contract will have any bearing on the first extension contract because that one has expired. So why do we mix the two? Why do we even say, but now is 15% plus 15%? It's not 15% plus 15%. Each of those contracts had its own conditions and terms. And when it expired...
Not really, Patrick, you are extending. If you are not extending, we will be talking about a new tender here. You're entering into, these are not new terms. That's why I was asking whether it was an issue of Circular 3262 or it was an issue of a deviation where you could not follow the procurement process and now we're starting a different process. So my understanding, that is not the case. Here, what you're doing is that on the current tender, you are just extending, you've been extending the same tender with the same conditions. So you are not entering into a new tender according to me. But anyway, I might be wrong. Mahoromecha, I assist.
Yeah, Chair, I think what Member Nkoko said, I think from me, I think he really put this into perspective. You remember there's a contract amount. The first extension was done. I think what we need to maybe understand is to say the first contract, how much, what's the percentage in terms of the contract value? And if there's still space for the 15%, then I think we can talk differently. But for now, I think maybe is my advice. I'm not sure how we can make, because this is very urgent. Maybe I think the department and the SCM should just go back and recalculate whether the 15% has been exhausted or not. And then if it's not exhausted, then there's still a space for that. Then we can have a special meeting so that we can deal with it. Thanks, Chair.
SCM is here. SCM can respond.
On whether the 15% was exhausted, Chair?
Yes.
The 15% was exhausted, Chair. Not unless the department can come with different figures that say the 15% is not exhausted. Sure, you would even see the extension, the current extension talks to the maximum of the 15%. And by looking at the periods at which they extend, they link it to the value of like if they're going to be saying 3 months and they're putting 783 as their amount that they would like to extend the contract by. So, but if Patrick has a different figures, Chair, that he wants us to have a look at, I'm available, Chair, to have a look. But as it stands, it's not supported. And based on the fact that the tender has been cancelled, maybe if they've exhausted the 15% and they do not have time to go on Section 116, this is an opportunity for them to go on a deviation, Chair.
Chair, maybe let's take that advice.
But then a deviation, on the other hand, Tembeka, is that this doesn't qualify as a deviation because of lack of planning.
No, Chair. Remember, there was a tender that was put in place. It was cancelled by you guys, I think, Chair, today, that seeks to replace this current one. So there is no lack of planning in this case.
Ma'am Tembek, I regard this lack of planning is subjective, really.
No, it can't be subjective. A department put in processes, we've adjudicated. However, their tender was not responsive. So we cannot hold that against them.
But there's
not unless the reasons for cancellations, maybe I'm speaking under correction, Chair. When we cancel the tender, I'm always thinking maybe because the tender was tabled, maybe the members can assist me. What were the reasons for cancellations, for the cancellation? But they've done the process. So they were supposed to have a tender by today, but it's been cancelled.
Yes. Chair, can I just come in? Sorry for the interruption, because I was thinking that the resolution, the recommendation that's sponsored by Makgata there is valid for me to check these things at 2 levels. 1, if the threshold of 15% is applicable to a contract. What is the circular say? Do you do it once in the lifetime of the contract, or you can do it 3 times, 4 times, 16 times? I want to check that.
You can't do it 15 times. 15% is applicable to the contract value that you have been given, or you have decided to say you're awarding a tender for a period of 3 years at 15 million rands. The 15% will apply to that 5 million rand. It will not now come again and say, I want another 15%.
Yeah. So, and that's exactly what I want to check in the circular itself, sitting with you, Austemberger, and get that interpretation correct.
So are you saying I'm not giving you the correct interpretation?
No, you must remember interpretation is very subjective as well.
Okay, I will forward it to you. You can interpret it yourself.
Please.
Chair, I'm looking at the reasons for cancellation of this tender. They are saying they do not have funds available.
No. I don't think we are yet there. Just the second one is
I'm not sure why we're extending.
Yeah, the lack of planning thing. Maybe that I should also address. If you look at the current tender, what we have said in the presentation was the rates that the bidders gave there are so excessive that even if we had money to throw around, we were still going to say, no, the tender is abortive, because that would have will result in wasteful and fruitless expenditure. Now, the thing on planning is we couldn't plan for those bidders to give market-related rates. If that's the lack of planning on our side, there was no way in which we were going to attempt to do that. And then we have said the reasons for the cancellation is, even if we were affording it, we were still going to say we are cancelling it, because those rates there are excessive, wasteful, and it will be a fruitless expenditure on our side if we continue with such a contract. So I wanted to explain that, because yes, it looks like now lack of planning becomes now a fashionable term. It's not. We don't control bidders.
But no one spoke about lack of planning.
No, it is raised there. It's raised. You were actually saying to the person.
Chair, can I assist? I think, Chair, maybe as I came up with a proposal that maybe then let's refer the matter back, and then the two departments can sit down and discuss the matters and then come back to us. Maybe I think that would definitely help, because I don't think it will assist us here. Thanks.
Chair, I would support that. We're now in a fruitless discussion. We need time. We don't have time. I think there's a possibility of a deviation here to resolve this matter. As DH has said, it's one possible way around. Can we refer the matter back and the two departments consult and they can come back with a solution?
This was a very interesting discussion, which I'm asking myself, it highlighted something, colleagues, that we have been extending the contracts, number of them that we have been extending. And some were extended with and some were extended without cost. And those that were extended with cost, I know there are certain departments who have extended 3, 5 times. And I'm wondering if there was ever a calculation of the 15% that would have been added as a result. So it's not fruitless. I think that's something that we need to deal with. And I hope that it's a standard. It's standard for SCM to check those kind of things in their comments, because I foresee a situation where there might have been an oversight on the previous ones that were approved, because this matter never necessarily surfaced as an issue. So on that basis, then I am gonna ask, but before I ask, I think the department had indicated that this tender is expiring on 1 July. So 1 July is next week. So colleagues, if we're saying that they need to go finalize it, it means that we will have to consider this item. It means that the item must come back ASAP. Either as a deviation, or if it's not a deviation, I don't know. And if it doesn't qualify as a deviation, as an irregular expenditure. So I'm gonna refer this item back then. But before I do that, can I give Patrick his last comment and possibly Tembeka?
Yes, no, you're correct. That's why I'm saying it might be fruitful for us to go and sit with SCM. And if they have a legal person there, we also sit with that legal person, or we source the legal person. You are correct. The precedences have been there in the past. So that's why even when we present this, we never thought there is going to be an anomaly. And our view was, if there was an extension, that extension is a contract on its own. It's a contract on its own. So when it expires with everything. So you can't take that 15% and go and add it to another new contract. That is our view. But we're gonna leave that with the legal minds to interpret it for us. And then because the precedence is there, what do you do with it? For me, I'll pause there.
Thanks, Chair. We will engage with the department and apply our SCM minds. And that's my conclusion in this matter. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The item is referred back. And then can we get Enos to come in on the issue of the, I think that's the last item that we're gonna deal with, the issue of the
register.
The register. Thanks, Mr. Gwena.
Okay. Chair, thanks. Yeah, I was busy perusing my package. Yeah, no, I think I mistaken it with the closing register. And then unfortunately the person responsible locked the cupboard for with that, they didn't scan it at all. So, but it was in the pink file. So I can't fly it because it's already, the person is not already knocked off and locked the cupboard. So, but the other package, everything is there, except I was mistaken with the closing register, that item. But before maybe you contribute, because I hear you saying this is the last item, because the next item I was going to withdraw, and then but I was pleading to present the EED 16 because it's just a cancellation.
So you are withdrawing 9.2. What is the reason for withdrawal?
Yeah, I think the tender, I can say, was still waiting to review the packages. That's why even the packages are not even attached there. And then when I review the packages, I realized that some information on the packages that are not that are going with the report. The report is not a problem. The problem is the attachment. So I see that is there, but if you check, there is no packages. So because I said they should not put it there without the packages, I still need to review it. Then I realized that they've put it on the agenda, of which the package was never up because I was still have to check go through the packages.
You know that AG is coming. Please just make sure that all your tenders, they've got all the necessary documentation, and that applies to all of everyone in this meeting. Okay, so take us to the next item then.
Chair, sorry, I'm confused. Is 9 or is it 9.1 the one that we had a challenge with the register? Is it withdrawn until the register is found, or what are we saying in English?
Yeah, the item is referred back.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
9.2, the item is withdrawn.
The register one, was it not 9.1?
Okay, 9.1 is referred back.
Okay.
For completeness, it must be, it's not complete.
Right.
Then the 9.2 is withdrawn according to the chairperson. Okay. Also, for the same reason that the item is not complete, then he wants to present 9.3, which is then the last item.
Okay, thanks. I'm clear, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I take us to Chair? Chairperson, can I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Chairperson. And the tenders ED 16/2023 from Energy and Electricity is a cancellation report. The tender for the supply support service and maintenance of SCADA system for the period of 3 years as and when required. On the next page, you will see, Chairperson, that the spec was approved on the 9th of 11/2022. Bid advertises the 12th January 2021, closing on the 21st of February 2023. And we received only 2 bids for this tender. From going forward is the specification until page quickly go there. 31. On page 31, Chairperson, will see that we captured those 2 bids that bidded for this tender, which is bidder number 1 and bidder number 2. And there were no late bid received. After that, we did the pre-compliance. And then they all attended the briefing session, these bids. And then from there, we have got stages of evaluation, of which is stage 1 is admin, the second one is local, third one is technical, fourth one is functionality, and the fifth one is preference point system. And the next page, you'll see the admin compliance, and bidder number 2 on that one was disqualified for incompleteness of the MBD4. Then we remain with 1 bidder that will move to the next stage, of which is local. And on the next stage of local content, bidder number 1 didn't comply with all the requirement of local content. Therefore, we don't have any other bidder that goes forward, and then we move to the recommendation, and therefore it was recommended that the meeting held on the 5th of May 2023, that for the tender of ED 16/2023, recommended for cancellation for the tender, reason being no acceptable tenders received, And the committee further resolved as follows, that during the briefing session, the city should educate bidders on how to complete the MBD form and local content. At the moment, there is no bidder who qualified due to those to the incompleteness of the MBD form and local content, as the tender is non-responsive. Then the tender be re-advertised for 14 days after the BAC approval. And maybe just to indicate that we also, try to communicate with the department regarding this, of which it's a bit urgent. That's why I requested to present it, because they want to bring it back. Because although they currently they are using the system that we have is one of the bidders that is here, but if this tender is not active, they can be able to continue with this service, of which to them is very important. Hence, I requested to present it. The tender is presented. Thank you.
Comments, colleagues?
In order, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
Mingi?
Chair, as recommended, I was trying to unmute myself.
All right, colleagues, this is the end of today's agenda. At least we've pushed, colleagues. And we will set up another meeting tomorrow just to go through all the minutes. Members, we can just indicate your availability. We need to finalize the minutes before end of June. We need to approve all the minutes before end of June. So if members can just indicate their availability for purposes of finalizing that. But the item has been recommended. We close the item properly. Colleagues, thank you for pushing through this day. And have a good weekend. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Swara marap.
Ke la ka leo.